Hello, hello. What up? We all good? Let's see. Just setting a little bit more stuff up here. Okay, looks good.
This is Mr. Penguin. Is the press.
Oh, hell yeah. 14 months.
When are we getting sub badges?
Sub badges, yeah, I gotta fix sub badges. Maybe get Mega on the case. Mega make me some sub badges. I know he's not here, but a man can wish. Okay. Today we're gonna be working more on Penguin Springs. I think we're in a pretty good position right now. I've been reworking the AI passenger script because it wasn't synchronizing, and I changed from doing a sort of message-based approach to now using a synchronized variable instead. So exciting. I wish there was a frost badge. Yeah. Maybe one day. If Mego makes one. Okay. I'm gonna try playtest this. Today's drink of choice, Nako Beruba. And Beruba, for those of you who are familiar, sounds a lot like Aruba. And Aruba, of course, is a reference to Robber Island. So therefore, today's drink of choice is sponsored by Robber Island. Go get your tickets today, and maybe you can also end up on the list. Today's drink of choice is sponsored by Robber Island. I haven't gotten one of those in years. I wonder, like... I don't think that's a very... We'll take this one. I don't... I used to get a lot of phone calls in my private and high school days, but... yeah, not anymore. I forgot to even check if it worked. That's crazy. So, my plan, I have a plan for Penguin Pet, which I call Penguin Pet 2.0. Basically, the idea is going to be that there's going to be this little penguin who's walking around at the bottom of the screen here, and he's actually going to walk around like he has AI and stuff. And you guys are going to be able to like feed him, and there's going to be like physical bananas dropping down from the sky onto this table, and he's like going to go eat them and stuff. Or maybe fish, I don't know. That's the idea. But right now you can only feed me. But feeding, I made it 10 times more efficient, so feeding should make me grow much faster. Oh, thank you, Solid Snake. Snake! 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 That's a reference to Metal Gear Solid. All right, because none of them have any passengers. Kinda had to leave an hour ago, but I'm so tired. I just want to stay in bed. That works too. I don't know why it's not rendering, but it renders here. Why is it not rendering? That's weird. Look, I can see it here, but I can't see it here. What the fuck? Huh? You guys know what this is? I mean, layers default. Object visible in game, but not seen. Really? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. That car's visible. What? Okay. You know what? At that point, I don't know what the fuck is going on. That one's not visible. That one's not visible. Although those are allotted. So that makes sense. But let's do this. Namish cut, and we find all the vehicles. We'll see. We're gonna find some vehicles that don't have any passengers in them. Here we go. Okay. Let's pause and inspect. Yeah, these are just not being set at all. Okay. Alu, yeah, for sure. Algorithm editor. That's so true. That's so true. Good point. Look, I think a smarter way to do this is... I know alu means potato. I've made Indian food before. What the? Who do you think I am? I do eat potato, yeah. I think we don't need the seat index because we should be able to do an index of. Or can we do an index of? We can't do an index of. If we have a reference to a specific passenger, but would we ever need a reference to a specific passenger? Because we... No, I don't think so. But yeah, I love potatoes, man. Potatoes. Yeah, ask the question, dude. I'm ready. And then instead of seat index, it's going to be a bool enabled. How you learn coding from beginning? I mean, how do you learn anything from the beginning is my question. I would say Start at the very bottom and work your way slowly to the top. So learn, what is a variable? What is a type? What is a class? What is a struct? What is a method? What are parameters? What is a return statement? What are brackets? What are scopes? And just keep building up that knowledge base, right? That's all you can do. And now you might say, well, where did you do that? And I would say anywhere that works for you. If that's a book, then hey, go for it. If that's a YouTube video, sure. But the key part being test yourself, right? If you don't make yourself use whatever it is you're trying to learn, you're never gonna have it crystallize in your brain. So continually force yourself to use what it is that you're actually trying to learn. Hey, I know you're working right now. Yeah. Okay, so I think is active is a more descriptive. Okay, so get first free index. And then here, seat index is irrelevant. And the seat controller, right. There is one usage of that, but we don't actually need. We can do that. And then we can add a method to the AI passengers. Public int get seat controller. For an index. Return. Not vehicle entity.poses, but rather data index.poses dot vehicle entity dot poses index. I mean, I guess we could do seat controller int seat index. There we go. But that's for a specific AI passenger, so that wouldn't work. It's more reasonable to completely omit this. And then here. And then we do data seat index. And seat index. There. And instead of seat, we change it to be full is active. Invert. Okay. Sweet. And here, if it is active, and then passenger dot get not passenger, passengers dot data, no, not dot data, dot C controller, and then index. Okay, local position. Not active, we return. Don't have to eject. And then we do passengers dot data, not passengers dot data, passengers dot get seat controller, seat index. Okay. And actually, we can just do this. So we, instead of render AI passenger, we can just do render AI passenger like that. And then we can get the passenger, var passenger. Is passengers dot data seat index. That's more reasonable. So then we just render AI passenger with one parameter. And here this is true, it's active. And then we're going to change the empty passenger also to be much cleaner. Hi Goid, how are you doing? I'm doing good, Vapan. How are you doing? Long time no see. And we are ejecting it from. This is so much cleaner, dude. And then the empty passenger. There we go. Fine, thanks. Today I'm working remotely so I can see you. Ah, sweet. Okay. What do you work with again? You look more scuffed, but not fatter. Yeah, the fat algorithm I'm using is not really working out. I think I want to change my entire like player model because I think it's starving me actually. I think it's doing the opposite. So maybe if you starve me, I'll get fat. But yeah, you're making me starved. You know, I don't feel so good. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Yeah. I haven't watched Avengers, but I imagine that's how it went.
But my rich ever glory trust my eyes. The mirror never lies.
You're a potato algorithm. No offense. Getting a phone call from John Pork. 1 second. right, I'm back. Just had to take a phone call there. Are you programming NPC Penguin's AI? I'm programming the cars actually. So it's I guess adjacent. I guess really it should be, I don't know if it does on-changed render call. No, because the changes are in each car is a JSON. No, each car is a class. And it contains some network data in the form of structs, network structs. I don't know if I have to assign that passengers is new or not, but I guess I do. I guess maybe I need to set them to be networked as well. Yeah, that would be the issue here, I think. That's why they're not replicating. Look, man, I don't care about your potatoes. I'm sorry. I hate potatoes. I look, man. I'm gonna have to ban you. I can't with this Alu shit. The rhythm guy. He's it's so often that like shorts viewers show up and just start spamming the chat with like random. There we go. Fixed. Okay. No eating? I guess not. Welcome back, OF Danims. But yeah, basically I switched the cars and I've noticed more. So a lot of my older networking infrastructure. Yeah, let's see here. Simple properties need a setter. Okay, so you can't have a Fusion, the networking library I used to use was very much okay with sort of ping pong messaging structures. So like you'd send a request for data and vehicle network object, right? Okay. Needs wrapping. Such types are only supported as network behavior property. So you cannot have a network object as part of a struct. Okay. We can have network ID. Yeah, I think we can do this. Yeah, can you not do actual like methods? Or you can do methods, yeah. Var vehicle or var if networking utility get runner. You just do if runner dot try find object and then out. Can we do vehicle entity? Like, does it allow cast? Or does it have to be a network? Yeah, it has to be. Return o dot get component. Vehicle entity. And then otherwise we can just still no labubu. You're a labubu. Get wrecked. And I mean that in a mean way. Because Penguin Lord can't afford one. He's brokey. So true. True. Wait, but why would you need to know the vehicle entity, though? Hello, Soundwave. I think that's better, so we don't muddle down the waters with a. Even I can afford at least a blue Labubu for 1K. Glad to have you here, Sunwave. Don't mind First Penguin Lord. Penguin Royalist spotted. Yep. Okay. So we don't need this. Tell me, Corn, how much you pay for this guy to protect you? I don't pay him anything because he just likes me because I'm a really good guy. I'm just simply extremely likable. And that's why he's so nice to me. Isn't that right, OF Danums? Yeah, he pays me, even. Yep. But by the way, guys, can you like do the starving thing to me? Because it turns out that feeding me actually makes me starve. So if someone could like do the starving thing and reverse my slim belly, that would be awesome. Use the starve reward. Use it enough and I should grow back to normal size. As soon as you give me $500, I'll start liking you again, First Penguin Lord. Don't worry. That's all it takes. $500 and I'll start liking you again. Then we can even be best friends. That's a low price for friendship, isn't it? For you, special price. Other people, $1,000, but for you, 500 only. It's a 50% off. Why does it feel like no matter what you do, I'm still shrinking? I feel like I'm just starving more. Yeah, 500 US dollars and I'll consider being your friend. It's a good deal. Yeah, they say you can't buy friendship, but in my case, you absolutely can. I'll definitely try to be your friend for $500. A deal of a lifetime. I keep money for a Labubu? Oh. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna see... I mean, the starving does work. The question is if they both do the same thing, which I fear is what is happening. I mean, I did invert these. No, it should be working. This it's just that the... I thought it was like the opposite, because that's what it looked like in the editor, but... All programmers, coders, developers, software developers, nerds are all cooler than you because they make cool stuff. I'm just kidding. You probably do something. Guess Labubu more important than you. You're evil. I'm just gonna reset Penguin Pet and see if we can get the starving to work. I'll set it to be more extreme. Okay. Gonna close down Penguin Pet. Yeah, it's because I'm starving. But try feeding me when I spawn in, and we should see. I should be... Yeah, give me 500 US dollars and I'll bring back Penguin Pet. $500 and I'll bring back Penguin Pet, guys. It's a low price. It's a 50% off Crazy Bonanza sale. The 50% off Penguin Pet celebration sale. I need to start it one more time. Okay, now it should work. Try to feed me, guys. Let's see if I get fat. Okay. So on change render AI penguins, but it's not doing any set, so yeah, it's working. It's working all right. My clothes are sticking out my belly. Yeah, simple properties need a setter, exactly. But do I actually have to set the property is what I wonder. I don't think I do. I don't know how to feel about this, guys. I feel like I'm growing a bit too much. I think I should have nerfed it. 2% is way too high. Feeling like Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, they're sort of stuck in my body. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Hey, what's up, Bad King? Tony. Tony, I don't feel so good. Thanos just reverse snapped, and instead of taking me away, he tripled my size. Help me. This is simply too much to bear. Help me. Help me. How does this look on the freaking YouTube stream? This can't be looking good. I don't feel so good. Guys, let's maybe downsize me a bit here. Okay, guys, the party's over. Let's bring me back to normal size, please. I feel like I'm getting a little bit too chubby at this point. Please. I don't need more food. Guys, please. Please, I beg of you. Please, guys. Please. I can't handle anymore. I'm already big enough. Help me. It's too much. Help. The light is shining on me. It's too much. This is too much. Guys, my head is sticking into my belly, please. I beg you. I beg you. My other corn grid is sticking out. My other corn grid is sticking into the screen, please. Starve me. Please. No. Oh God. Let's do a close-up shot. Yeah, hello guys. This is Corngrin speaking to you. Yeah, this is my close-up shot. Hello guys, what's up? Oh God. This is not good. This can't be good. Okay, party's over. Let's starve me back, where I'm gonna have to reset. Appreciate it, First Penguin Lord. All right, guys, we're gonna have to reset Penguin Pet because it's obscuring the entire screen. We're back. We're back. Wait, I need to reset it one again. There we go. There we go. We're good. We're good. I need to fix it to somehow be a bit more reasonable. I don't know exactly. Hey, yo, what's up, Gufford? Yeah, you guys are probably just going to feed me again, weren't you? I just don't know how it's going to look when you show up in the YouTube stream. You just see this big yellow blob. Okay, anyway, I need to focus. I'm just going to ignore what's happening. You guys feed me, take care of me, whatever. If I grow, I grow. And that's just how it's going to go. Okay, let's see here. Get first free index, max seats. And then if it's not active... Yeah, what are you coding for? My Penguin GTA game. If I grow, I grow. That's just how it's gonna go. Yeah, that's... Let it grow, let it grow. You can't reap what you don't sow. Right, okay. Well, this gets called debug.log spawning passenger at index the index. But yeah, I've been thinking maybe I should add like a little penguin that's walking around on a desk, penguin pet style. We'll see exactly how that goes, but you know, at the moment, I think having you guys feed me is very much a thing that works. I wonder. This doesn't have to be networked. Or does it? Do all network structs? I guess it does. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. I don't... Whoa. Yeah, the problem is that once I grow enough, the penguin from the YouTube side of things grows into the screen.
I don't feel so good. Mr. Stark, please. I can't handle. Don't give me more corn, please. I'm just a penguin. I can't eat more. Tony Stark, please. Thanos is making me eat.
This is the Marvel Avengers fanfic that I'm working on, where Spider-Man is actually Corn Man, and instead of Thanos snapping, he's force feeding him corn. Pull up the vertical stream. Yeah, let's pull up the vertical stream. Ah, shit, man. That looks like ass. That looks like garbage. What is happening? It's just like dark, obscure corn texture. That's horrific, dude. I'm like, yeah, I'm a professional game developer. I make games or stream. And you tune into this. I've been working for Blizzard for 7 years. Hey yo. I'm growing. I'm Corngwyn, and soon my entire stream is nothing but corn. Welcome to the Corngwyn game development stream. This is where we do All the best game development. Welcome to the Corn Game Development Stream, where my viewers take away your ability to watch the stream entirely. Oh yeah, guys, you guys like to watch game development? This is we call this game development stream. Welcome to the most popular game development stream. Thank you guys. This is now you can really see. Now you can really see what's going on. Ah, this is on the inside of the corn. All right, okay, so that's what you need to do. There's a corn inside the corn. We call it corn on the cob. Hell yeah. Now this is what I call game development streaming.
Your reflection tells a story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr,
Yes.
the mirror never lies. Arr.
I'm inside the corn. Wait, oh, right, okay. You know, I love this community. I'm growing. I'm growing all right. This is beautiful. This is what I like to see. We can do this, guys. Come on. I think at some point, though, the floating point value is going to be so small that it can't get any smaller. So it could be that it's actually not growing anymore. Unless, I don't know, I think you guys can still grow me. Hmm. Yeah, I think this is great. You can really see everything you need to see. Hello, Sohaib. Welcome to the stream. What you see is what you get, as they say. No, I'm still growing, apparently. You have corn for all year. Keep going, guys. We can do this. You know what they say, if you give up, then you'll never do it. Can't see your screen? Oh, that's strange. I'll have to fix that. I'm gonna restart Penguin Pet. It's stuck. Oh yeah, that's weird. I don't know why that happened. So strange. I think like for some reason, I guess it was like a bug or something. I can't give out newts. There's no ability for me to give out newts. It's just forced perspective thing. Yeah, I think it's forced perspective. Yeah, it's working now? Okay, great, great. Yeah, I don't know what I did to fix it, but... Vehicle entity. Starving does work, yeah. Although I don't know what the result of starving has been, because people are more interested in seeing me grow than seeing me shrink. Wait, oh, private ref. AI passengers. Ref, make ref, okay. $500 and I'll bring back Frost to Space project, yeah. Now I'm gonna bring back something similar. But it will cost $500. We can do this, guys. If we only hit our $500 target goal, we can get Frost back on the streets. Slorp, what is the minimum price for you to add all of Robert's suggestions to Penguin Springs? How many suggestions is that even? Like, that's in the thousands or something. How much? Okay, I mean, if in my mind, if I'm gonna add all his suggestions, I would want to see myself selling another 10,000 copies of Penguin Heist. No, we've sold 200,000 in the game's lifetime. If I'm adding all his suggestions, I would at least want to see another 50,000 sold. And we can derive from that what I would get as a payday, which would be, assuming those 50,000 copies are being sold during a sale, that's essentially $3. So $150,000 roughly would be what I would want to add all of his suggestions. If we put it that way. That's before tax, of course. Yeah, that's like the upper bound. Upper bound. Let's bring it down to 100,000. Let's bring it back down $100,000. That's where we'll put it. Yeah, you should tell Robert that. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that there's a chance. Why is data 32? So close. I think I know what needs to be done. I don't think it can. It tends towards 0. So I'm going to be shrinking more and more, and essentially I'm going to become a stick, I imagine. I haven't tried it myself, but that's why I balloon in size towards infinity, and this is towards 0. Yeah, the shrink ray. I don't know. The shrink ray shrinks the entire penguin entirely. This one is like, because I want to make myself look fatter, not just like grow with the entire thing. It's more like I'm not getting enough food, whereas the shrink ray is more like my entire being is shrinking. Yeah, see OF Denims. C sharp. C sharp, 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 sharp. I'm trying to think here. how I can have the data. C sharp, C sharp, C sharp, C sharp. I should add like keybinds that say Unity3D, C sharp. So just auto. I don't have to like use my vocal cords too much. Optimize my speech. C sharp. I don't know if just making new AI passengers is enough. I think I need to make like a reference. That's the thing. Wait, can I not? Let's see. AI passengers. Because it could be that the change thing is not triggering on change render. So we'll see here. Passengers. I see you.
Okay, let's see if this works.
Today's drink of the day is sponsored by Robber Island. The drink's name is Nako Baruba, which is produced in Aruba, which is of course the inspirational island that inspired the great mind Robber to design Robber Island, and that's why today's drink is sponsored by Robber Island. Okay, so it's actually changing the data. So I assume this Yeah, I think we have to like iterate. Um, let's think. Let's think. So the vehicle state could maintain no. How would we know easily that it's been modified? Let's see if this works. And then if passengers dot You know, it's funny, this reminds me of my private and high school days. Drinking Nocco, sponsored by Robert Island, of course. The Baruba flavor. Hey bro, says she, what's up? Long time no see. Hmm. I guess this is never called. I want my model to move around another object. It's all fine, but it's not face to the center of the other object. Yeah, you just have to make it look at the center. If you're using Unity, there is a very handy look at method that you can use. It does exactly what you need it to do. Let's see. I mean, I guess we can just do render AI passengers, and then we have like a local is active. You mean I should change the camera settings? No, no. Like, are you saying that you have this situation here? Let me just pull this up. Is this the situation you're describing as having? So you have a object in the center, right here. This is maybe your player or whatever. And then you have some other object that is moving around your object, correct? So far, so good. Because if that is the case, in order to have this object, which has some sort of forward vector, you can simply use dot look at. So if this is A, transform A, and this is transform B, then you can just do B dot look at with the parameter A if they're both transforms. That's it. So it's no more difficult than that. Private bool local act. There. Meow, meow, meow. Bro, really appreciate it. I'm gonna try that. Hope it works. Oh, and asked ChatGPT. It said I should change the model to face x-axis or something. I mean, the reason, basically, what look at does, if you have a game object or create a cube here. Basically, if you have this cube, look at will look at in the direction of the local forward. So if you have it set to local space, blue is always forward, red is always right, and green is always up. And so look at will make this blue arrow look at the object and maintain this arrow pointing right and this arrow pointing up. So like if the other cube that it's supposed to look at is here, it's going to do so while maintaining this arrow pointing up and this arrow pointing forward. So it's going to look something like that. It's not going to accidentally look like this where this one's pointing down. It's always going to be pointing up. But it will be pointing down in for example. No, there's no event where it will point down. It's you can specify the up vector, and that would be how it's gonna look. So it's not if this, I think if this goes like that, it's not gonna. I think it might actually go like that though. So maybe it will sometimes point down. I think because it uses the closest rotation, so I think it might actually point down. If it goes underneath. Or no, I think actually it won't do that. I think it's going to spin around to prevent that happening. Yeah, it's always going to maintain that looking up. So it's never going to do that full rotation where the Y ends up pointing down. Hey, sweet. You okay, buddy? Yeah, I do have an Instagram. You can look me up. It's Boydelify or that other fish one. Sweet. Okay. Isn't it because the blue arrow is side of my character? Like Unity think that's the front. Yeah, that's exactly possible. So if you're working in Blender, for example, depending on how, because Blender has like a global space and a local space as well. And vertices can be rotated. Like you have to tell Blender where forward is. And see here. So I have, like, for example, this, I guess this is not the right model, but maybe this fish cannon, for example. I don't know exactly how that one's going to be set up. Yeah, so you can see here, this fish cannon, a reasonable forward would be for it to point this way. But because of the model's vertices, they're not aligned in that way. So this one has X forward, Y right, and Z up. That's the coordinate space that Blender uses. But what you can do, there are some ways. Either you can change the entire model, which is the best way to do it, but there is a hack. So if you right-click the object, or just add in a new game object, but I prefer to just right-click the object, create empty parent. So now this object is a child to a parent object. And when we have this as a child, we know that this is its forward. And we can go in here to rotate this object to have the rotation in such a way that it aligns with the desired local rotation that we want to have. And in our case, we wanted this to be the forward. And see now, what we've done is within the parent, we've rotated this object around so that the parent's local space is this forward, this right, and this up. And then we can just apply whatever look at script we want to the parent instead of straight onto the game object. That's how I generally do it, unless I, have a reason not to. But generally, that's a way you can do it. So just parent the object, align the child with the local space rotation you want it to have, and then apply any script that's supposed to use the forward vector through look at. Onto the parent. That would be my recommended technique. But yeah, I became Skinny Corn Gwyn. But it's always, I think that's one of the most important things in my mind, working in game development, is understanding what are vectors, what is local space, what is world space. If you know those things, you can get very far just knowing those things. And then, of course, understanding like the distance between a vector, what's a dot product, what's the magnitude, just understanding like basic vector arithmetic, essentially. What's the game about? It's Penguin GTA. That's what it's about. Shoe stores? I think I'll probably add shoe stores, but there aren't any shoe stores at the moment. Okay, let's see if this works. So yeah, I've changed basically the setup I had before was this ping pong of what amounts to like request and response, right? But now I've shifted over to a property-based approach. So we're just networking variables and then letting Fusion, the networking library I'm using, take care of the actual synchronizations. Hello, Samyao. Penguin's drinking. That's going to be insane. And how much will it cost? It's going to cost $10. My penguin doesn't feel very good, Samyao. I've been starved. Today's drink of choice is Nako Baruba, sponsored by Robber Island. Back in my private and high school days. Back, you're watching Robber Island. Back in my private and high school days. Back in my private and high school days. You're watching Robber Island. He needs to eat more fish? I do. Back in my private and high school days. You're watching Robber Island. Robber Island. Robber Island.
Fish.
But yeah, I have an idea to bring back a mini game to the stream. I've been missing it. I have. So we are going to bring back mini games to the stream, guys. There's going to be a little penguin, because that's the thing. I've been waiting to figure out what I want to do. But there's going to be a little penguin who lives on the desk. He's going to be living on the desk, and it's going to be more like the 1.0 penguin pet. You know, when we were taking care of a single penguin. So we'll see exactly how that ends up looking, but that's the idea. You guys are going to get to take care of a penguin pet. It's going to be Penguin Pet 2.0. It was cool, wasn't it? Yeah. That's what everyone said. Yeah, with the rocket. This stream is sponsored by Robber Island. Robber Island, where your dreams come true. Back in my private and high school days. Okay, it doesn't load the...
Your reflection
He
tells
tells
the
the
story
story
of
of
a
a
pirate's
pirate's
life
life
of
of
glory.
glory.
Trust
Trust
your
your
eyes.
eyes.
Arr, a mirror never lies. Arr.
Arr.
Yeah, Glacier... what was his name? Stupid? No, that was Frost. It was, Idiot Gwyn. No, that was also Frost. Sorry, I keep mixing up their names. The worst penguin in the world. No, that was Frost too. Damn it, I keep mixing up his names. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, it doesn't spawn with the right outfit. Yeah, I need to figure out. I mean, that's sort of working pretty good. I wonder, can I make the police try to follow me? I need to find a cop car. It's giving Fishquin. I guess there's no area of interest on these cars. Brick! You asshole, copper.
Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Ooh.
Found him. Ah, he's coming for me. Haha, you can't get to me. You stupid penguin. Oh no. They don't follow when they're physical. Ah, who are you? You're not a cop. Okay, so there is a problem with the way it spawns NPCs. You should make the penguin able to slide on his stomach while falling from a high place. You can already slide on your stomach. Penguin Dev, yes. It's me. Yeah, exactly. So we are trying to teleport. Just won't let us. So starved. How do I look, guys? You like my figure? I quite like it. I feel like a new person. I mean, a new penguin. I would starve corn more, but I think that's the limit. Oh. Okay. Let's go to vehicles. So we have the car controller. Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. Spawn AI passenger. Dude, I love your overlay. How did you do that? I'm using Unity. I made it just from scratch. So I made all the models and shit, and then I just set up a scene. I have alpha clipping here, so pulls the alpha and renders that as transparent. And then I render the overlay in OBS, just game capture. Simple as. And then for the face tracking, I'm using MediaPipe, so that's also happening in the application itself. I'm not using any separate application. I used to use it's called like webcam motion tracker or something, but now it's just my own solution. So I'm reading from the webcam texture and transposing that to 3D space to have my penguin look around. But right now, the reason my penguin looks so scuffed is because I have this ability for users to feed or starve me. So my penguin is sort of shrinking and growing depending on what people do to me. But yeah. But then I also have connected, you should see this, because I have connected it to Stream Deck. So it's listening for WebSocket requests. So I can actually transition the camera overlay just through my Stream Deck. So that happens in-app, and I'm transitioning. I used to have it that the screen would actually capture, not through OBS, but capture through the application itself. But that was not playing nice with the graphics card, so it just crashed the entire application. But yeah, it's pretty nice. I'm happy with it. It's been like a work in progress over a year and changing layouts, but I think this is the one I'm gonna stick with. I'm glad you like it. Why did I press play? Right, eject AI passenger. See, that's the thing. We shouldn't need the passenger data. I'm working on basically Penguin GTA. It's like physics-based multiplayer Penguin GTA. It's like a penguin life simulator. Yeah, the passenger data just describes the behavior. So the global outfit index. Wait, why is it doing apply outfit after spawn, outfit prefab? But then it's also the global outfit index. Could it be that the outfit prefab and the global outfit index are not corresponding to the same thing? No, they should be. Okay. So we have, but we can just see if the actual like outfit index works. Like if I pull out a cop from a car, is it going to be a cop single player? Because if it is so single player, then hello, Max Bardo. Penguin, yes, penguin. Okay, so let's find a police car. Or honestly, any car for that matter, but I think primarily I want to find a police car because I think they have a different outfit layout index. Oh, there's one. Yeah, okay, so they actually do pop out. Sweet. Sweet. Okay, so for some reason, the outfit index that the villagers spawn with is not being replicated in the right way. So set index here. Worn outfit index. It's a private int. So honestly, clothing randomizer, I think clothing randomizer sits at the top level, so we could probably just replicate that as a network behavior. So there a way to set default value for a property? Like, can I do that? Set property default value. Yeah, exactly. That's what you have to do. Okay. But then we don't need this R thing anymore. Hello, I have a question in searching for someone make a game with. I'm a concept artist. Yeah, I'm not your guy, but I would suggest heading on Reddit or something. I'm sure there are subreddits for game developers looking to team up. But even more so, my big recommendation, if you're going to work with someone, try to work with someone that you know personally. I think it's very rare to find people online who are willing to put the time and effort into working with a stranger. That's the sad part, right? But also the reality. If has state authority. Yeah, I mean, I would assume you had no one considering you're here, but at the same time, it's sort of like, have you looked at the opportunities that are around you? Because sometimes there are like local game dev groups and such that operate close to you. Like even in a small country like Iceland, where I live, we have a very healthy and vibrant game development scene. And, you know, there's 300,000 people living in Iceland, around 200,000 living in the capital area. And in that capital area, there's still a game development scene. So you might be surprised what exists. Dude, this is so horrific. Yeah, well, I'm not saying to look for a development team. I'm saying look for an amateur like yourself. Find people who have a passion for it and who are willing to go out on a limb and work with you. I think you're going to struggle to find people who are willing to do that online, realistically. I'm not trying to demotivate you. I'm trying to say that you might have to rethink the path you're taking, because there are not a lot of people online willing to work with strangers. In real life, yeah. In real life, you can find people because face to face you're speaking with them, right? People who have a burning passion for game development. You can sit down, you can talk to them face to face. You can form a bit of a rapport and then see if you can work from that. Online, it's very different. It's very, very different. Online, people are skeptical. They don't have any skin in the game, so to speak. And so why would they want to go out on the limb to pursue a passion project with you, a person they haven't even met, haven't even seen? Well, I mean, how big is the city? Do you live in a city? First question. Do you live in a city? Kind of. How big is the city? What's the population? $40 million. Yeah, I live in a city of 200,000, right? 200,000 people live in the city I live. We have a very vibrant game dev scene. If you cannot find a single live game developer who's an amateur and burning for passion in a city of 40 million, trust me, dude, there are game developers out there in your city of 40 million. Most people who get into game industry are also artists that can model 3D. That is entirely and utterly false. Trust me. Most people who get into game dev cannot model. If they're a solo indie dev, they have to model, for sure. You can't be a solo indie dev without knowing how to model, but far, most people who are interested in game development and are like programmers do not know how to model for their life. You have to consider that, like, when you're looking online and what you're seeing as far as like game developers, are those people who can do everything. Those are the ones that show up online, but the ones in the background who are like, oh man, I would do game dev, but I can't. I would do it if I had someone who could model for me, or I would do it if I had someone who could program for me, or I would do it if I had someone who could do music, etc., etc. Those people don't show up. I've been in the industry for a decade and I can't model. Exactly, yeah. Procedural gen is probably where most people end up. Oh. Let's see if they spawn in with clothes now. No, but I think the whole like Twitter space, Reddit space, whatever, warps people's perception of the capabilities of the average game developer. Because the average game developer is not someone who can do everything all at once and do so perfectly. The average game developer, you know, is decently good in a couple of areas. Modeling isn't that hard, only texturing and sculpting. Yeah, well, I mean, that goes for like programming too. It goes for any skill, you know, any skill. If you're looking at like the basic levels of it, is not that hard. The difference is like the difference is made when we're talking about the last whatever 50%. That's where the real difference are made. Like, you know, you can write scripts, but if you can't write competent scripts, people are going to notice. You can make models, but if you can't make competent models, people are going to notice. So it's like nothing is that hard, but everything is hard to master. Yeah, I think especially studio environments. I mean, I think that the big difference in my mind between like large studio environments and indie is that as an indie developer, you have to be prepared to wear many hats. You can't just go in and be like, I'm only a modeler. You have to be like, I'm a modeler and a level designer and an animator. Whereas in a studio, they expect you to not only be, you know, good at one thing, they expect you to be really good at that one thing. So it's like, if you show up as an animator and you're like, oh, you know, I can work my way around animation. It's like, nope, you're not getting in here. They need, you know, they need the professionals. Whereas in indie, it's more like, how many different things can you do? And can you do them competently? Okay, you're in. I think I might have to exclude the outfit index. Bro, you're probably looking for someone to do all the work. This is not teamwork. Or is that in reference to what Chad is saying? I think also one thing to consider, if you're interested in becoming an indie dev, look at your current skill set and look at what ways you can broaden that skill set, not just within the space of the skill set, but just actually extending beyond your current skill set. So like if you are a modeler and you want to get into indie, look at animation, look at level design. Maybe even look at like a little bit of gameplay design, you know? Look at just broadening that general skill set. Maybe look at audio. Because the more things you are capable of doing, the more attractive you're going to be as a team member. But if you're trying to get into an indie dev team and all you can do is model, that's generally not going to be a wide skill set enough, unless you're joining like possibly a larger startup, you know? But AAA, you can hack it if you're really good, but then you have to be really good also, so. And you can't get really good if you don't get the experience. Also look at barista skills, because industry is hurting right now. Barista yeah. Yeah, make sure that should be your backup skill set, being a barista. Worst thing, you get hired at the AAA firm and then they fire you, but then you get hired as a barista at the cafeteria. Because then technically you're still in the company. You're just making their coffees. Okay, so I don't know how to ensure, because this... Fusion to default property value. It's saying here, setting default values. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I just had to like refresh then or something. Probably have to recompile. Can you recommend a book for C#? I never read any books on C#. Are you doing like enterprise C# or are you trying to do Unity C#? Because if you're trying to do Unity C#, I don't think reading books on C# is necessarily where you want to go. I don't want to give up my edge, but I'm surviving as a creative technologist. Basically making not games for trade show installations. Yeah, I mean, I think that's like a big thing for most people these days, is finding these like super weird niches. I think that's the best place for survivability instead of gunning for, you know, big game or whatever. It's either that or indie, you know. But I see so many devs, instead of going for indie, they go for like these smaller startups, work there for however many years their publisher funding lets them, and then, you know, the CEO screws them over, fires the developers because the game didn't take off or didn't make as much as they wanted to, and then rinse, repeat, jump to another startup. But I mean, that's very stressful. There's no job security in that. Oh yeah, you've been there? Yeah, because I mean, it's there are basically, I mean, there are like two kinds of, if you're looking at indie development companies, there are two kinds. One is the one of, you know, how would you say, ambitious dreamers. So if you look at a studio like Landfall, the Swedish game development studio, obviously that's like a studio of ambitious dreamers, right? They just make games, they make good games, they sell them, they're self-published, they just gun for it.
It's
you
Patricio
know, and
said,
they do well.
this corn gun is a freaking black hole and it's like the file cabinet. It never gets filled. Ah!
And that's, I think that's like the place you want to be with. That's the place you want to be at, where everyone's in it, you know, sink or swim. And it's sort of a more flat hierarchy. But then you have these like funding based startups where their only goal for existence is scaling, right? You want to scale the company because you want the people who are funding you, who are VCs, they want to see a return on investment, and the only way you get return on investment is if the company grows. And so you're always like, the CEOs are infinitely trying to scale the company, and then at some point when the company's large enough and holds enough promise, they will dip and sell the company, or the entire thing will just crash and burn because their plans didn't work out the way they wanted to. But like, building a startup with the purpose of VC funding is the way you crash and burn, essentially, as an employee of said company. I shipped 3 titles with the startup, got delayed, pay raise. Got delayed, a pay raise 6 times, promised a promotion after delivering a huge feature only to get laid off when I shipped it. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean it's all an optimization game for them. They're not there to make games. They're there to optimize their earnings. They could care less about the games they're shipping. And some companies are built because, like, the VCs know that the gaming space is a space that holds a lot of unknowns. And if it holds a lot of unknowns, that means it holds a lot of promise. And a lot of promise means a lot of potential profit. And the game dev space is perfect for that. So there's a lot of people who start game companies knowing that they're never going to finish the games that they're promising, but they know they can make them sound appealing enough because the entire game industry is like, ooh, money pig, you know? We can... this game could be the next GTA 6 and make as much money as them. And so they just work around that, and then eventually, yeah, they just exit. So it's a very, like, that side of the industry can really blackpill you when it comes to, like, the way that game development works. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's, you know, do that, rinse, repeat, and you're good. But I think, you know, every indie developer wants to be the guys who end up on the team of dreamers, essentially, and in a flat hierarchy company. But the truth of the matter is that most startups are not like that. Generally, those kinds of startups that work in that flat hierarchy way are composed of, like, a tight-knit group of friends. Generally not going through this formalized hiring process that those other kinds of startups would. But that's why it's so good to hang out in, like, local game development circles. Like, get to know the other happy amateurs who are ready and willing to dream big with you. Like, get to know those people, and don't just, like, this is not aimed at you, Strophium, obviously, because you're doing your thing, but for anyone else out there who's, like, interested in getting into the indie game dev scene, like, figure out what your local city or town's community looks like, or adjacent town. Like, figure it out. For Unity C#, I've seen this guy on YouTube. Who is called Coding Monkey or something, Code Monkey or whatever. He has made a bunch of really long form tutorials on, like, game development and C# and stuff. I watched his video on ECS. I thought it was pretty informative, mostly surface level, but it's like, it seems like he has a grasp on Unity at least. So I would suggest, yeah, that guy. That's the only video of his I've seen, but when I've searched C# tutorials, his video shows up and it's like 12 hours long or something. Doesn't exist. I don't think nobody has the bandwidth to commit that speculative effort for a slice of the pie. Yeah, well, that's why it's good to start young, right? Because fewer bills to pay. But every major city has a game dev community, and it's a lot of people who are very interested in making games and are willing to do it in their free time. Again, I live in Iceland. There's a community here. A lot of people. We're a city of 200,000. So, Jason Wyman. Yeah, I'm not familiar with him, but I'm sure. I generally don't watch that much game development content. I've watched a couple. Yeah, actually I watched a couple of the Code Monkey guy, because he does these recaps on new Unity features, which I think is nice, because I don't feel like Unity's own recap of their features is good enough. Like they will do a bullet point list and leave it at that, which is like, okay, yeah, sweet. What's up with you? You have less than 1k newts? Damn. I don't know why it's not synchronizing the outfits. I think you can see here worn outfit index -1, so it's not synchronizing the Unity hides their showcasing. Got to be in their Discord. Dude, that's so lame. Why? What has happened to me? People have starved me. No, they made me fat. Okay. No, yeah, but I think for sure, try to get in with that local game development community. If not, you know, even if you don't find someone to work with, I think it still can give you a perspective on what other people are doing. But yeah, I don't know. I've been to a lot of those game development meetups, and there are a lot of people who they seem to be looking, and I think this is true for not just games, but like people seem to be looking for an excuse as to why they're not getting stuff done, as opposed to just getting stuff done. They're like, oh, yeah, I mean, I don't have any free time. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how to program. Oh, yeah, it's so difficult to... You know? And it's like, dude, just sit down and do stuff. Don't... What's wrong? I don't get it. I don't see the issue, guys. Yeah, I'm just well fed. I wonder if the outfit... No, free time is a joke. I work long days and do professional development every night. Just commit to never having a life and stability. And enjoy it. Yeah. No, but it's sort of like... if you truly wanted to get into game development, or you truly wanted to do this thing that you supposedly are burning to do, maybe you wouldn't spend those 3 hours playing MMOs when you get home from work. It's just a thought. That's not to say that you shouldn't have like
Megadega 1
work-life balance. But
said,
sure, you know.
Chonk Master 3000. If you want him to tell you the story of Akataka, you must first rub his belly and feed him a whole rotisserie chicken. Truly a famous scene.
Yeah. Make sure you rub my belly. Okay, I don't know why this one's not being called. I'm gonna see if I change the value, does it replicate? So like, oops. If input, I'll get key down key. Go dot F. For serious though, I journal about my glaciers. They might only move 1 millimeter a day, but they're unstoppable. Commit to that 1 millimeter. Do something every day. Manifest your future. Make it inevitable. Yeah. I mean, there's no point sitting around waiting for things to happen and coming up with excuses. I think that's the most like pointless, defeatist thing you can do. Yeah, worn outfit index is -1. Yeah, and that's also the thing. Like the moment you actually sit down to do something, it turns out, oh shit, you're actually getting stuff done. Okay. Let's see here, because now it might work. Speaking of which, gonna flex my 669-day Duolingo streak. 2 years ago, I got into an argument that subbed anime isn't better than dubbed, that people just like the Japanese sounding audio. So out of sheer stubbornness, I started learning Japanese. And do you feel like you've learned it? Because I know there are ways to game your Duolingo streak. And not end up learning so much. Because I feel like I have a 400 something day streak in German, and it wasn't until halfway through the streak that I actually started putting effort into it and not just maintaining the number. I know people with longer streaks than me in German that are far worse, because it feels like they're just there maintaining the number. They're not progressing through the course. Chorus level conversational? Okay. Yeah, I think it was like halfway through the streak that I changed the way that I was learning by basically, because I mean Duolingo can be a great tool for learning, because first of all, I mean, it forces you to actually maintain your streak, so you have to at some point sit down and engage with it. But there are ways to essentially hack it through Duolingo by using memorization in a way that's not conducive to like language learning. Essentially, it's just like learning for the test approach. But what I was doing, what I changed about halfway through my streak, was that I would essentially not look at the suggested words below, because generally it's like multiple choice, like pick this word and sort it like this. I would block off the words below and try to like speak it out mentally before choosing the words. Because if you're not forced to recall the words, your brain for some reason, like it just sees the word and it does like a different sort of memorization. It does a different sort of memorization if you're just doing like this maintain streak thing. The reason I don't turn off the phonetics is because I don't have a subscription and I don't want to make mistakes and lose all my lives, which I feel like I'm likelier to do if I don't have the option. So basically I quiz myself and then I get the answer essentially, because I feel like it's so easy to pass a lesson when you just have the multiple choice stuff. So I first quiz myself and then I get the answer, which is not an enforced learning style by Duolingo, but yeah, I feel like that's been working for me in terms of feeling confident. Because I mean, that's what you do with like flashcards, and why flashcards are so good, because you see the front, try to recall it, and then see the answer. You're like, oh yeah, okay, that's what it was. But it's the recall that's... Well, so I do it on my computer. I don't do it on my phone. By doing it on my computer, they still have the live system. They don't use the battery thing. So I just sit down at my keyboard and lock in. And it's basically like the way that the website interface is designed is really nice because it's basically no mouse. You just use the keys. So like burning through lessons like that is really nice. I just lock in, do like 4 whatever lessons, and sometimes full 6, like a unit or whatever it's called. And that's just very nice. Because the lives are not tied to the battery on the phone. Like the battery shift on the phone is sort of ruined the phone app for me, because it's like, yeah. Yeah, I always get the badges in the month, and then I usually slow down like towards the end of the month. But I gun for the badge. So I'll really properly lock in at the start of the months. Penguin. Hello, Max Pardo. Glad you are loving this stream. Okay, let's see if the freaking outfits are synchronized this time. Seems like they are. I don't know. Yeah, for it starts as 20, but when you get the first one, it's 20, then it's 25, then it's 30, and it goes all the way up to 50. So it maxes out at 50, which is where I'm at now. So you have to get 50 quest points every month, essentially, to maintain the badges. Because, like, the first month, it's like, oh, shit, yeah, that was easy. But then it gets progressively more difficult. Oh yeah, it's like Penguin GTA essentially. It's like a Penguin Life Simulator. Right now, I'm reworking a lot of the networking infrastructure, so it's kind of janky. But yeah, I mean there's some just cause in there. I don't know if I can go smaller. I think... Wait, this guy spawned in with clothes. Why did he spawn in with clothes? His worn outfit index is in... -1. Yeah, it's... I mean, I think the big difference with this game compared to like a GTA game is that there's like I'm maintaining a focus on the actual world sim. So like it's very much persistent while you're in the game. So like this car, as it drives off into the distance over here, it still exists and it's going to loop back around at some point. So that's like one key part. Every NPC is going to have their own schedule. So like this guy here, you're going to be able to like follow him around. He's going to go to like the club dance. He's going to go to the store and shop, and then he's gonna go home. But not only that, just like what I was saying earlier, it's persistent. So even though he leaves your area of influence, he's still gonna like be doing his thing in the background, sort of Dwarf Fortress style. But that's only while you're in the world. Of course, it resets when you load up the game again. But that's like the depth of the simulation in which you exist. And then it's multiplayer. And then also it's the life aspect. So you can have like a job, you can own properties, you can have a rental apartment, so on and so forth. So it's very much simulation life, you know? I might end up shipping this portfolio piece I'm working on, kind of a thriller battle arena. I think Fortnite meets Alien Isolation. You can sabotage other survivors, but that means more aliens to avoid. Okay. Yeah, sure. I wonder, is it like... I need to just see what the host is seeing. Yeah, I'm good. I'm chill. Yeah, the worn outfit index is not... It's 17. But here, it's not replicating the way it should. 15. Okay, yeah, it is replicating. But this dude here has 9. Okay, okay. Yeah, the on change render does not... So we just do that in spawned as well then. So spawned. Oh, right. If worn outfit index doesn't equal -1, then on changed outfit index. Started out as I just wanted to implement goal-oriented action planning AI and to show off my netcode and procgen skills. Now it's like, why not make it a real thing? Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think there are a lot of really talented game devs, far more talented than me out there, that I see have like really cool shit that they're working on, but they just don't make anything of it, which is a surprise to me. And I think like if you have something to show, don't just keep it like a tech demo, you know, make it something impressive. Because I mean, of course you have something to lose, which is time, but I think there's always value in like finishing a personal project. If the alternative is never getting it out there. I don't know why that is. I think it's maybe people are more interested in the sort of idea phase as opposed to the finishing phase. But like an idea is only good if it comes to fruition, right? Because, for example, Penguin Heist, the only reason my game Penguin Heist came to be was because I saw a video of a dude on Reddit who made it was like a Metal Gear Solid style infiltration game, like tactical shooter or whatever. And it had like, you know, this like silly humor with like capsules like sliding on the ground and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, that's actually kind of funny. But it would be funnier if it was like even more physics based. And I made that, and I made Penguin Heist. But this guy, he never finished this game. But he's the only reason I made my game. Which is like, okay. Interesting. Why is this dude? He like stuck? I need to see over here, because here on the server at least, there's a guy who's walking in circles. Yeah, he's like stuck. Seems like the... Yeah. No, I think that's a big problem. They see that the finishing is just chores. Which, I mean, it's less inspiring than creating something novel, because at some point, you know, the finishing of a project is... It's no longer novel for yourself, but it's also like you're just doing work that has been done before. Which is like implementing a settings menu, touching up the graphics, touching up the animations, the visuals, everything. And just packaging up what already exists. I've noticed that almost all creative things are inspired by something. Yeah, well, I mean, that it's creativity is essentially just this but that, you know? You're never gonna see someone make something truly, absolutely, genuinely novel. It always builds upon something. Yeah, these guys don't spawn in. Yeah, there it says index was outside. I guess it's because the... Yeah, the clothing randomizer. I wonder if the outfits... Yeah, okay. Well, we can just change this clothing randomizer to be outfit collection, outfit. But I think... plus, can we talk for a second? People put way too much value on distinction of flavor, not distinction of execution. Yeah. I think... I don't know. It's strange, because I think people are scared to pursue something because it's been done before. And it's like, you know, oh, why should you be making Penguin GTA, right? GTA's been done before, but it's like, I'm not just making Penguin GTA. I'm doing it in an interesting way. And that's why it's also like, even in the opposite end of the spectrum, just like you're saying, if you have the most amazing bonkers idea, it doesn't matter if the execution of it is garbage. Like, there's nothing about my idea of Penguin GTA that is like divinely inspired. But I'm just willing to execute it in a way that I guess people are hopefully going to appreciate, like they did with Penguin Heist. So. Yeah, I don't think, you know, the stuff you like isn't your competition. I think that's a motivational killer. Like, the stuff you like isn't your competition. I think the only competition you should be looking at is your previous work. You shouldn't be making game A, which is good, and then make game B, which is bad, because that means you haven't progressed, you haven't learned your lesson. There's a 5-star game called Don't Shit Your Pants. Yeah, that does sound like a 5-star game. Yeah, I don't know. One thing though is that I have noticed how sometimes people will wrongfully shit on gameplay designers for being idea guys. And I will just come to the defense of the gameplay designers that gameplay designers are very much necessary. But they come with very detailed implementations of what they're trying to implement, right? The idea guys has lofty ideas that often even like they're too ambitious. They wouldn't work. They're not practical. And they're like vague. And many times they're ideas that also are like divinely uninspired. They think they're divinely inspired, but generally their ideas aren't even good to begin with. So even if they were the idea guy, even if that was a role to fill, they wouldn't even fill that role because their ideas are garbage. Like Disney live action remakes. Yeah, those are shit ideas and shit at execution. Let's make all the dwarves CG. Okay, so it seems like this is working now. I'm gonna just start up the server, and then that means that outfits should be synchronized. We can see here, car swerving is not fixed, but render NPCs and cars on client fixed, and it also feels like Hollywood can't write women characters too. Yeah, I mean, they can barely write any characters. You know, we'll go over, well, a movie literally about dwarves and don't hire a single dwarf actor. Yeah, I don't know why. But the thing is, it was also like a back and forth. They started out with human, real, live-action dwarves. But then they're like, no, actually, skip the dwarves. They're going to be normal people. Not normal people. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. They're going to be non-dwarves. And then they're like, actually, sorry, let's do away with the non-dwarves and go back to dwarves, but make them CGI. And it's like, what kind of back and forth is that? Who's in the writing room? Who's making these decisions? But it's also, I mean, it's such weird. I don't know if you guys saw or have heard about the Lilo and Stitch live action remake, but they basically removed the bad guy, the guy who's out for Stitch. They removed him, so he's just not in the movie. And then the two alien guys, like Jumba and Keekly or whatever his name is, they're aliens for the start of the movie, and then they're just people throughout the rest of it. And it's Zach Galifianakis with like very awkward dentures. I don't know. And he's not putting on a Russian accent either, which was like the defining character feature for Jumba. He just not have a Russian accent. He just speaks like a normal, I don't know, middle-aged white dude, you know, the Californian. There's no accent. And it's like, is this guy supposed to be intimidating or threatening whatsoever? Ah, shit, I didn't set the outfit collection. Or did I? Yeah, it was Peter Dinklage or something. He made them overturn the first decision, but then I guess they walked it back. I don't know if that was... I feel like people either forget about like Ellen Ripley or Princess Leia and all these amazing... Yeah, well, I mean, it's... I think there is a tendency to want to go for lack of subtlety in Hollywood, and that goes for any sort of character. Like, the bad guys have to be overtly bad, and the good guys have to be overtly good. You cannot have these gray scales anymore where a person does like a bad thing even though they're a good person, or like a bad person does a good thing even though they're a bad person. Like, those don't seem to exist. And then every single character becomes a caricature or like stereotype of what they're supposed to be portraying. Well, for me, it's not. I don't know. I don't care so much about whether or not they embody female traits or like stereotypically female traits. I think for me, all that matters is that they're a person. And I think that's where it falls flat as opposed to any sort of gender discussion. It's that these people you're looking at aren't even people because they don't behave like people. If you took the female lead and switched it out for a guy, it's still a shitty character because they're generally the protagonist, for whatever reason, is just a goody two shoes who can never do anything wrong, who can never, you know, have a weak moment, who can never be a character. They're just like some poster child for strong, you know. And I think that's where they lose it. It's not even a gender discussion. It's a character writing discussion. Oh, I guess I didn't synchronize the villager. I didn't synchronize anything. So I think it's the discussion is slightly misplaced there, I would say. But I think that the reason it becomes misplaced is because Hollywood essentially ended up doing the overcorrection, right? When it comes to female protagonists. And so that's where people are seeing it. The same overcorrection could have been, you know, if you flip it on its head and they were overcorrecting for guys, it would be the same exact thing, except the discussion wouldn't come up. I think people assume that it's like, I don't know, I just don't see it as a gender discussion. It's just poor writing, and that poor writing falls upon the women that they write because they're overcorrecting for whatever perceived sort of, I don't know, misogyny that they've been portraying historically. Yeah, I think that's also like a weird thing, how like every villain these days has to be somehow misunderstood, and it turns out they're not actually a bad guy. It's just they have like generational trauma or something. It's like, it turns out they weren't the bad guys. Turns out it was their parents. They had parental issues. So you can't blame him. And it's like, okay, why can't we have a villain that is like powered by lust for greed and power, like Akataka? That's why that's not my story, of course. It's a generational story told in the ancient Nile, but that's why that story of Akataka is such a long-standing story, because it has an iconic villain attached to it. You know? Mega knows. Okay, it seems like spawning in correctly now. I don't know why these dudes are like not rotating correctly. Well, the difference there is that it's grayscale, right? What modern Hollywood has been doing is that you have a definitive good guy who is obviously the good guy, and then you have a definitive bad guy who is obviously the bad guy, up until the end where it turns out that the bad guy wasn't the bad guy because the bad guy had generational family trauma. And it's like, okay, sure. Now, the grayscale approach is that you have a good guy who starts out as the definitive good guy, but it slowly is revealed that maybe he's not actually the good guy. And then you have the bad guy who starts out as a definitive bad guy, and it turns out that, maybe he has multiple things. And then like they do character role switching where it's like the good guy is now the bad guy and the bad guy is now the good guy, vice versa. And I mean, prime example being, you know, I mean, I guess it's not prime example though. Breaking Bad would be more an anti-hero situation, but I think someone like Better Call Saul, I guess, Saul Goodman would be sort of living in that gray scale where like, is he a bad guy or is he a good guy? You don't really know because he has like these moral values that he goes to and stands by, but at the same time, you know, the world's kicking him when he's down. But yeah, it becomes like the Hollywood lives and dies by tropes. Anti-hero. Yes, sadly. Unity and Blender. Models made in Blender, world design made in Unity. Yeah, Better Call Saul is interesting because it's all about the question, is it bad to lead into the world, the role the world is forces on you? Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It doesn't feel like tropey, even though obviously it's a trope. You know, every single story has already been told. But I think that the least interesting trope is the good guy and then the misunderstood villain. I don't think that's an interesting story where it turns out that the villain wasn't a villain at all. He just went through so much. Because it's like everyone else is black and white except for the villain, who you think is black and white, but then it turns out they were actually, you know, black and white, just the other way around. Like, wow, what a reveal. Black Widow? I haven't seen any of the Marvel movies.
I am Rich Rick, the richest penguin on this side of the equator.
Oh, $500. Thank you. I'm rich. $500. Thank you for the $500. What's my hat like, by the way? I didn't see. Oh yeah, I look like a Brit. I wish Guffert were here to see this. I look like the average Brit. Guys, I just got a $500 donation. She doesn't win fights. Yeah. She's actually using... There's a perceived sense of weakness that she overcomes, I guess. Are they all working now?
I am Rich Rick, the richest penguin on this side of the equator.
I just got $1, guys. Thank you so much for the donation, Patricio. This is gonna go to my drug habit. We can vote on the drug of choice in the poll down below. Roll up the dollars and do cocaine, obviously. I'm lonely, Corngwin, so lonely. In Minecraft? Let's look at how lonely Soup is and laugh. Look at this big-ass world map. And there's Soup. I get it now. Robber Island. There it is. Oh, that's strange. The villagers are building houses. That's so strange. Not true, I'm living under your floor. By the way, did you guys see this? There's a penguin over here. And then not only that, but if you look up here, it says robber is gay for Pidge. And also, I am... It's the craft. It's the Minecraft server. The penguinized Minecraft server. Free to join if anyone wants to. This is Big Pooh Mountain. Famous. There is a Penguinized Minecraft server. It's on 24/7. The cherry blossom trees are nice. I wonder if this is like... Shit. Yeah, you just joined the... Are you on the Discord, Mittens? Because if you're on the Discord... Yeah. You could do this Strophium. If you are on the Discord, what you can do... Okay. Oh, shit. The IP address, if you send me your Minecraft username, this is the IP address. So if you just put that into your Minecraft client, you can join. But if you send me your if you send me your Minecraft username, I can whitelist you. Thanks for making the requested art, Mega. Yeah, that's the thing, the Navmesh Delta. Arduino. Yeah, I think the hash path is wrong. You can send it here. You don't have to send it on the Discord, Mittens. So what's your Minecraft username? Tell me. And I can whitelist you. An alarm clock linear actuator for my dog's crate lock. So when it's
Yetzer Patricio said, Postkin, you're watching Slorb
yeah.
clips. You were watching Slorb clips. You're watching Slorb clips.
This stream is sponsored by Robber Island. Back in my private and high school days. This stream is sponsored by Robert Island. Back in my private and high school days. Mittens 245. Oh my god. Mega. You dirty dog. You dirty dog. He did it before me. You're on the whitelist. This is you, Mega. This is you. This is you for whitelisting him before I could. It was quick, wasn't it? I am the shooter or the shootee? The shootee. You release on Steam? Yeah. You ever come up with way too many names for your pet that you shouldn't say in public? I don't have any of those names, but I have a lot of nicknames. Gooch Gulper. Ooh. Ooh. Mm. Good pooch. Yeah, pooch. I can see it. I guess we do this. Nav mesh delta magnitudes dot add on queue. And then if the count is greater than, I don't know, let's do 10. Then navmesh delta magnitudes dot dq. And then navmesh delta magnitudes for each And var sum equals 0. Magic numbers all day. Yeah, well, it's a magic number because it's just the average amount of velocity. So I don't think it's relevant to keep that as a non-magic number. It's like how many average values do I want for the Nabmesh delta magnitudes? I could literally pick any value there and it's going to be okay. I think as long as it's over 5 or whatever. Just do this. Now we just have to you have to click rules. You have to go to rules and you have to click to agree the rules. Then it's gonna work. Okay, let's see if this works. I think part of the problem is maybe they're not sending the positions often enough. Guess they do spawn police outfits. They just don't wear any guns. Might have to tie outfits with behavior. Yeah, it seems like the average calculations are working good. Seems like the position is not... Yeah, okay. Setting the position is not working. So entity. So we teleport instead. That's strange, though. They're taking kind of weird paths. Yeah, it's kind of janky. You know, what would be sweet would be if the bullets were actually locally simulated. Like with the general enemy. So when you go into the server and you click here, click to agree the rules, that doesn't work? Does it give you this interaction failed? Okay, what your name is Mittens, right? Is that you? I don't know if I can find... I need to go into server settings or something, right? Two, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. So I should be able to set your role just directly. Roles here. So I can just give you... Which one is it? Penguin. There. Now you should be able to. You joined 5 years ago. Joined Discord 5 years ago. I was like, what the fuck? How is that possible? That's before the game came out. Yeah, 1 year ago. Yeah, December 24th, 2023. Okay, you should be in now. I think we'll do this. If it's greater than 2. Else. It didn't help? Okay. Let me see. There's probably another rule I can add. Try now. You see stuff now, yeah. I think it's the little penguin one. Not Bob Thanker. Been there for a year. I think it could have helped, but I wouldn't be able to join back since we're over the limit of server I can join. Oh shit. Okay, I need to have a little lunch. I don't know if I'm gonna end it here because I'm kind of have to go out and shop. I mean, it is turning 3, so it is a nice even number. So maybe I should be ending it here, honestly. But yeah, I want to try to pursue a new mini game on the stream. I'm gonna try to make Penguin Pet 2.0. But yeah, thank you all for tuning into today's stream. It's been good. It's been fun. I think the growing Gwyn was a huge raving success. Everyone loved it. But we're gonna bring back Penguin Pet, and it's gonna be Penguin Pet 2.0. It's not gonna feel like 2.0, but yeah, I'm gonna check the map before I leave. Apparently, that is. Check my shrimp. Oh, hell yeah. See, that's what now this I can get behind. This is shrimp. Speaking of which, you guys know this one. Wait. Yeah. Shrimp. And white wine, yeah. But they have too much shrimp and too much white wine. Which, of course, is not good for the health.
Gentlemen, your shrimp counts are dangerously high right now. Now, what we need to do is bring your white wine levels up so we can balance those with your shrimp level. And we're going to do that by introducing white wine into your system right now. Darren, I need 2,000 cc's of white wine.
This is classic.
142. Come on, guys. 149. 150. You did it. Time to celebrate, boys. Darren, bring in the shrimp.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you all for today's stream. I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is when I'll see you. It's been good. It's been fun. And if you have too much shrimp, balance it out with white wine, I guess. Yeah. Thank you. It's been good. Been fun. Bye bye bye. Bye 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 bye.